Opportunity beckons. Who among you is that blade for hire, perchance?
Figuratively, I hope.
Well, a passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade, that an elder dread Evis are aggressive beasts. Compelled as they are to acts of violence, few survive.
How do you want to sell?
Eventually, yes. Though I would have it tanned first that it might be crafted into Marv. Dread Evis skin is a rare thing indeed. But the worked hide of a well-aged beast. Now, bring me that beast's skin and I will share with you.
All right.
Of course you will. When one leave Tabor through the east gate, but take the path that branches west. Once you reach the checkpoint at Tovany, you are a mere stone's throw. I eagerly await your safe, and above all...
Careful how you pack that leather.
You! Finally. Hello?
Is something wrong?
At the university, the students would hang on my every word. Sir,
The university?
a specialist in ancient cultures, the most accomplished in all Valistheas. In my heyday, no obstacle could have kept me from my studies. Yet here, the answers I seek lying just beyond. Would you do an old man a kindness and brave the step?
Climb the step.
And memorize a few. Some courteous soul is rumored to have carved. 3 of them, to be precise. 1 each. I'm here in the hope that those carvings might shed light on a writ, namely the otherwise undocumented.
I can't promise I'll remember everything.
Remember what you can. I'll piece together the rest. Make for the domed pavilions.
Farmers must have settled here in Tabor. Might the wanderers have called home, I wonder?
And a scratch on them.
So it's these stones to Canva, and the rest of the boxes to Dalma.
Why won't the sky go back to how it was?
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals. I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read.
Have you noticed the elder has been coughing less?
The engravings were in good repair considering their age.
Oh, what that I could have... come, don't tease me now. Let's start.
Guardians of the Crystal. The first stones of Tabor. I'm pretty sure that...
Fascinating. It would seem the founders of this... But whatever could have driven the Guardian... The
Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride recall thy noble Bora.
No doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor. Its guardian... This is proving most enlightening.
Children of the Hunters.
Sun worship?
I could have sworn it was some... Children of the Hunters. That can't be right, surely.
I'd rather
Children of the Hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing and give praise her great... That's all three.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's founding peoples, the final piece of the puzzle. 3 engravings, 1 for each of the guardians of the Mother Crystal, wanderers from across... Little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of Tabor's... Nonetheless, one cannot help but wonder why the...
Too many stairs, perhaps.
Ha! Too many...
Careful how you pack that leather. Any creases of...
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token. For as long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal themselves unto you, if there is nothing further.
No.
Your Grace.
To Canva, then.
We'll talk about this later. Cyril seemed very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
The free cities and the sea.
Good girl.
Are you sure this... perhaps the right way, brother.
This might take a while. Straight home now. Come on. Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia. You deserve a rest. Old he may be. Looks like there's still plenty of fight in him yet. Here's your hide.
I worried you might never return. Oh, as supple as a maiden's cheek. Clearly, my trust in you was not misplaced. You must be a hunt. Join me as my honored partner. With my means and your might...
I don't plan on making a habit of this.
Very well. Though I believe fate had a hand in our meet, do not allow me to keep you from being about your business.
Not here.
The free city's under siege.
Run like the wind.
Then let us be rid of them. Clive. Smoke.
Is the city fallen?
The free men are still holding their own, then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
If we're going to do this, well...
Clive, it just so happens that right at this very moment...
And what talents would those be?
Why, your fearlessness?
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these dark skies swept over the Randalar has been particularly badly affected. Many of the none remain free for long, of course. Most find themselves under... But the army, too, is in disarray, and finds itself unable to provide for its...
And you've been looking to buy, to make sure these masterless bearers remain that way.
Precisely. It's the perfect opportunity to free dozens more.
So where does my skill with a blade come in?
Though we may have the funds to buy these bearers, we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled. And we believe we have found one. The place was abandoned a long time ago, but when the men...
And so, we seek the aid of a fearless swords...
How could I refuse?
Excellent. Theo, if you wouldn't mind making arrangements for the transportation...
Of course.
Sounds like you'll have your work cut out for you.
I will. We have an entire village to stock. Even if I begin right now, I'll be working day. So I'd better get started. Try to clear the place out before the wagons...
I'll do my best.
You will find a village in Chairdress Thread, past Lateney's Cleft. My man there will open the gate for you.
All right. Wish me luck.
I'm sure you won't need it.
Faster!
Time to fight.
This must have been a nice place once.
And it will be again.
I think that's the
Something the matter, Thea? Quiet.
Those are our terms.
I shall.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes. But enough about him.
It's done.
You made quick work of it.
I should go and let her.
Don't let me keep you. But Clive, don't tell her I was... She'll only get upset. I'll explain everything once you...
All right. Eloise, I just got back from...
Thank you, Clive. Here. Well then, now that you have laid... I suppose we'd better finish. The first thing we'll need to do is make sure our...
You're still in negotiation?
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the Fist on our behalf. But things... I suppose it's to be expected. But we shall emerge victorious in the end.
Well...
I'm not sure I do.
Ah, Clive.
You wanted to...
The man I was watching earlier, the one speaking to my... He represents the Silver Peak Consortium. It's...
I don't think I've heard of them.
Well, every trader in Dhalmekia has. And they're still expanding. They've been trying... And judging by her reaction earlier, I'd say...
And you'd rather she did?
I would rather she did what makes her happy. And I would never deny her such an opportunity. Eloise saved me from slavery. And we have... But this was not the life my sister wanted, nor the one she... I won't let her give up on her dreams again for my... She freed me from my bond, and she must be freed from hers. And
you're a good man,
I have always been grateful for what my sister... And I want to repay the favor. But each time an opportunity to do just that arises...
She loves you.
And I love her. Which is why I want this time to be... Though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to time.
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then... These bearers aren't going to move them. That's a job for the Crimson.
Clive.
Oh?
Remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up residence? Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems they're barracks in the Lazarus. Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around to keep them animals at bay, but we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. Poor buggers are having to make do with haylofts and chocobo pens. I'd build 'em a new barracks here if I could. But where would I put 'em? There just ain't enough, which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people we're counting on to keep us safe are...
I see.
And it ain't just that lot. There's been more and more of them turning up lately, coming from all over looking for safe, but there's only so many we can shelter with the room we've got. We can't keep cramming more and more people into less and less space. What we need is a new, and that's what I was hoping you might help me with.
It's no burden.
Thank you, Clive.
So, where were you thinking of making?
Well, I reckon we could do a...
Eastpool. It's been a long time since I...
It was a tragedy. what happened. And if any of us could have done anything to stop it, but what's done is done. And those who lived there wouldn't have wanted the village they loved to be left in ruins.
I suppose you're right.
The blight might be pressing in, but I reckon it's got a good few years left in it yet. There's just one problem. A band of cutthroats have made it their den. And they don't... Nasty bastards they are too. I've lost... Would have sent someone to clear them out sooner, if my boys didn't already have their hands full, fending off the Akashic. But now we've got a few more Guardians of the Flame to call on. I reckon it's time we made our move.
I do. Eastpool was once home to people I loved. I won't have bandits.
And I know the men will gladly follow you. I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade about how we might... And I dare say he's got some ideas of his own too.
Of course.
Back to Eastpool, then.
Not just yet. Let's hear Wade's plan first. So, Wade.
And you, Lord Rosfield.
I spoke with Martha. She tells me you have plans to free Eastpool.
That's right. Though I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat since joining us. Not to mention each other. And then there are the bearers. Men and women who found the courage to flee their masters. And we need somewhere to settle them. And I can think of worse places.
As can I. Which is why I agreed to help you win it back.
That's very kind of you. I'd be with you beside us, we shall soon send that rabble of rogues running.
So?
That thankfully there aren't too many of them. Fewer than a dozen at our last count. And rather less, thankfully. The road that leads... A small force would suffice to clear the village. But if the Akashic were to follow them in...
I'll head into Eastpool and deal with the bandit. You and the Guardians can stay outside the village and fend off any... Make sure I'm not taken unawares.
I can't ask you to bear all that risk yourself.
The Akashic are the bigger risk.
Well, I shall summon my...
Shall I wait for you?
No need, my lord. You go on ahead.
All right.
We shall see you there. And may...
Who the hell are you? Kill them! You will leave this place or face the consequences.
That's the end of that, then. Or maybe not. What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter. It goes More surprises?
Bravo. A magnificent display, my lord.
You were watching. I thought you were keeping an eye out for a cache.
We were. Put down more than a few on the road. Then
let's hope it was the last of its kind. Though I expect...
I would hope.
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living here, I assume. It might be best to send word for them to come right away. Before any other...
Of course. I'll send order... Leave it with me.
Home. Without masters.
No. We're the masters now. Our lives are our own at last.
That's all of them. And not a single Akashek in sight. Now to begin the important work of rebuilding the place. It won't be easy. Especially not after 5 years of beasts and blackguards having their wicked way with the place. The masonry might still be sturdy enough, but half the beams are rotted. Those that weren't lost in the fire or burned by the bandit. It'll take a bit of elbow grease. But we'll see...
So wait. Lady Hannah, if you don't mind, I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding efforts.
He should... Of course. I couldn't agree more.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrived safely. If you need anything more, you have only to send a Stolas.
And we will.
Eastpool lives again.
There you are. Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandits while his lot kept an eye out. Nicely. And what's all this about? Some shape... On second thoughts, don't. It'll only give me nightmares of me own. What matters is, you...
I suppose it will be.
What else? Sir Wade said there's plenty bad happened to that place. But that don't undo the good that happened there. No need to throw...
Did Wade say that?
Well, something. Anyway, the poor souls might have made it to Eastpool. So the way I see it, if it's food or lumber or strong backs...
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you. You didn't...
I wanted to...
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
You know what you have to do. Clive, as you know, our time grows short. The Lord Chief Justices, before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal...
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. His revenge.
It is the one and it is all that I have lived for.
But what of Lostwing?
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. Once it is done, the village will have served. My comrades and I are sure of our cause, and but there are those among us who cannot fight. I would place Lostwing in their hands, but a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not likely to stay. And so, Clive, will you take them to your hideaway, that they might live, even should Lostwing die?
I will.
Thank you. I will not have it said that I did not see to the well-being. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Gotan's Bales, away from danger in case the Black Shields strike.
Understood.
Then the last of my preparations are complete, and may Griga guide us.
Come then, brother. We are awaited in Gotan's bales.
Back to the stables, Carl. Everyone, Quinton has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can.
Well, if that's what the Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't for... We owe him our lives. So we ain't... If he's saying we ain't safe in Lost Wing no more, it's because he ain't. And if that's what has to happen, then so be it. That we get to see justice done.
I hope so.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else?
They've gone with Master Quinton.
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. A fucking monster! They don't stand a chance against that thing. If I don't get the message to them, they're all gonna fucking die!
No. We can't let this happen. Sid! Don't worry about us. You've got to catch up with him. We can't let Quinton die before that bastard does.
All right. I'll do what I can. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the east, through the woods. Heavenhall, he calls it.
Promise us, Sid. Promise us you'll do what you can.
Look.
No. Don't tell me we're too late. Quinton, are you all right?
No, which is more than I can say for my... They followed me without question or...
This must be the guard dog. Quinton, I'll hold it off.
But...
Your comrades didn't die for nothing. Don't let their sacrifice be in...
I won't.
Come on, then.
That is no mere guard dog.
No. It's a level piece that needs to be put down. Let's try. If only we'd arrived earlier. Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged for mercy. Just as I dreamed of all my plans. Building a haven in Lostwing. It was all for this. But what is? My faithful comrades. All those lives lost.
Quentin.
Master Quentin! Oh.
You.
And so are you. And it's Lostwing.
What? Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool! Damn it. Quentin's not going to last long in there.
Then we finish this quickly.
All yours, Quentin! Hold on. I'm gonna get you out of here!
Don't stop!
I need to get back to Quentin. Quentin. Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. Welcome back to the land of the living. The flood has filled.
I see. Then all is a strange way to achieve...
No, Master Quinton.
Why? All that I strove for, I have nothing that...
Well, the heck, you've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge. We're more than that.
I prayed, and I prayed. Can't we just go back to how it was? You know.
Your work ain't over yet. We believed that you were the right man to lead us.
Your village may be lost, so long as you remain to guide them.
But why? Why would anyone...
Because we're family.
Family?
Yeah. And all our comrades who went with you, Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all...
It was. And as long as we're still here...
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing.
A fresh one life ends by just a village. What's to stop?
That's the Master Quinton we...
Please. Quinton, Wilson, after all. Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my...
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf.
A bottle or two of your finest red.
Of course. And I have a feeling that this, if you don't mind waiting...
I look forward to it. Sounds like thunder.
You're late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is? Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Hey?
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
So these Akashic are being controlled?
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in the city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people? Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the horde arrived. Some in the merchants' district to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the merchants' district, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things. had monsters here. the city's leaders gather. There may still be survivors inside.
What does he want? You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here, with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am the Saintmere of House Harvard. And you will yield. Or not. As long as you don't hold back. You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Nilthos. Yes! Yes! One is seldom enough. Would you not agree?
Actually, I wouldn't. Too slow. I needed that.
Enjoying yourself? More, Nilthos. Give me more. More.
Too slow.
The vessel is strong. My liege.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Walud.
Get back.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Try it.
As all the rest.
Joshua!
Oi! Oi! This way! Hurry!
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Will he be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we were up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But you have an idea.
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself. Right. Gav said that Otto might know something.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen to me?
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are...
Clive? If you're where the hell is everyone else? They're all right.
You lot don't do things by it, but at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings, I'm sorry to say, Clive.
Sitting under a pile of rubble.
But we were able to save a few bits and pieces. The more personal items we gave to the next of kin.
Then I'll check the workshop.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot. All yours. You earned this. All done?
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, then... Do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. I'd better keep looking. What do we have here? Oh.
We've had no word from Canva for days. Please tell me Mid is all right.
I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar. Sid's best invention. That sounds promising. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. But what would that be? Perhaps Otto might know. Possibly. You wouldn't happen to know what...
Opus? That girl's as tone-deaf as a bet, unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11? It surprised us all. Not least her dad. What's that battered old box have to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something inside it.
Wouldn't surprise me. Those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the things in the hideaway were hidden one time or another.
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break it.
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We didn't break nothing. It's broke, except... See?
And you had nothing to do with it?
Nope. We just wanted to listen to all the songs, so we pressed all the... like this. See?
All right. Something caught on one of the gears.
Did you break it? Can you fix it?
No, I mean, yeah, yes. There. How about now?
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, no...
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important. Sid showed it to me once and said it was... the stuff. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships them.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams.
Just the two of...
Aye.
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Dion left?
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. Yes, left. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies.
No, we're not the Prince's keepers. He's free.
I'd rather he did so in bed, much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it with this realm's princes and their aversion to rest?
Ask me when I get back. Though I may be sometime.
Then at least try to
And if that fails, try.
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
If it's knowledge you seek, we've tomes aplenty to guide you in your search.
He's a surly soak.
The realm's crops.
Well, then we need to make certain that our seeds last.
Sid, do you
Vaguely.
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most of the Morganbeards to take root, but they rarely flower. I fear the soil here does not... However,
I can't wait to hear.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. I know Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears to be maintained by an abundance of nutrient. I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, The appendage's wealth of vigor-inducing nutrients might well stimulate the flower to bloom. The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. I simply need a vine to prove the theory.
And all you need is a...
That is correct. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. Why, a notice concerning this very creature was...
How timely.
Well, I shan't keep you any longer. I know you have much to do, as do I. Now, where did I put my watering can?
Cole said it was an army of Akashic. What will happen to Mid and the others?
They'll be fine as long as Sid is...
Glory to Griga. There you are. And not a moment too soon.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, she's refused to stop, even for a moment. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear of it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. And if she does, will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she...
I know better than to order Taya to do anything. But I'll speak to her.
Oh, thank you. I pray you have better luck than I did.
Talia. Rodriguez worried about you. We all admire your dedication.
I will. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them...
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy.
You wouldn't. There must be something we can...
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember...
We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. I can make the draft if you can bring me...
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the... Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can, but avoid... I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready.
Thank you, Clive. I won't forget this.
All right, Clive. Blackthorn told me you helped him out again. Tough for that. Speaking of which, I'm actually a bit,
Worried about him. And you want my advice?
Afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but I saved this posh knot. Well, I was out on a mission, and he gave me this flashy ring to say thank you. So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed, only for him to go white as a sheet, and try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him upset like that. And seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when you're around, I thought maybe...
I'd speak to him again. Well, I suppose there's no point leaving him to stew.
Cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him a visit as soon.
All right, I'll meet you by the forge then.
Bloody hell, Clive. Oh, ain't you got...
That remains to be... August tells me he showed you a ring, and that the sight of it clearly upset you.
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help no one. If it weren't the ring, and it was something I said...
It was the ring. It brought back some unhappy memories, that's all.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn.
and sometimes it doesn't. Is that so hard to...
Don't be like...
Fine, if it'll get you off my back. That ring he flashed was the work we apprenticed together.
You've never mentioned him before.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost came to blows. The ring brought it all back. Like it's vastly improved, though. More than I thought possible.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil.
It matters, because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he managed it. The fact is, I couldn't make anything.
So what? You're an arm...
I'm the Hideaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater village forge. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my swords keep you dangerous. As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put... because the curse breakers deserve better than second best. And I refuse to be shown up by the likes of Sol...
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit?
I doubt he'd be too happy to see.
Then just this once. Swallow your pride, and focus all your energies on the task keeping the curse breakers armed, and provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't, and it's going to
What'd you say, Blackthorn? And it's not like you'll be going alone.
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon old what's it...
In Dravozd, my old village.
Dravozd, eh? That rings a bell. Just north of the fields of Carava. Got that, Clive? Meet us at Dravozd as soon as you can, and I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get cold feet.
Good luck with that. Good girl. Run like the wind. definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard. Ambrosia won't help me here.
The free cities and the sea?
This might take a while. Kicked down already?
No. This charmer ain't letting anyone through.
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. You look, I suggest you go home.
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No.
Long time no see her.
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since you are so, I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull. Now let us through.
All right, just...
Yeah, I promise I won't throw the first punch. Like...
Go on, then.
So this is Dravosd. Not much going on, is there?
It's a Smithington. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sound of... Clive, you're good with people. You speak to Zoltan.
Hey, you ain't backing out.
There's a river of bad blood between me. But if someone can build me a bridge...
All right.
I appreciate it. It'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's. He'd have inherited it.
Forge on the hill.
Good luck.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your hole.
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done. You're not welcome here.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way. He's waiting.
Then I suggest...
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did? Fuck! We're getting... These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless!
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we...
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor. Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way up, that prick knows exactly where the exit. He's not wanted here.
All right.
Please, Chief, you've got to do something. If this keeps up...
Let me guess. Zoltan.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Well, at least...
There'll be no talking him round.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, what turned the village against you?
I left. Dravost. Zoltan. There are two kinds of smiths in this world. My kind, who are in it for the love of it, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk, and the other kind, who are in it for different people like Zoltan, whose work the kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats, and bit by bit, people stuck. You would have torn Dravost in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravost prospered without me and my lofty idea until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to
It depends on how you look at it, though. There's got to be other ways of making fire. We manage it in the Deadlands.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent...
You know what I mean, though, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive. Dravost won't last long without its furnaces. So, do you think it's time we shared Sid's bellows with the world? The way I see it, it's your decision to make.
Hold on, Blackthorn. Sid made those things for us. They give us an edge over the rest. And you'd be throwing it away.
All right. This place was your home. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was only let this be another step on the road to freeing that Dravost will show the world that is. Wouldn't you agree, Augur?
Well, of course. It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the plans?
I know I'm off by it. I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a one-man. Do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a...
all right.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander skin. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand the heat. Luckily for us, salamanders...
Time for a spot of hunting. Mistakes. Let's make this quick, shall we? Straight home now. dare say that will be enough for a decent set of bellows.
What's this all about, then?
Don't know. Some kind.
Any trouble finding?
Nothing I couldn't have.
Right then. Time to put these louds. If everyone pulls their weight, we'll be finished.
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work. But it's...
You know what this means?
I...
Sorry about it. That thing you built us is... You saved of it?
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. He oversaw the... What is it?
Pit coal cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke them. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn. Our secret for yours. I've always envied Blackthorn. Since the day I became chief, I spent every spare moment. No amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. But he took all his talent and left. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first. And that's not gonna happen.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than their hammers. But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call that a job well done. I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us? I'll see that the old git gets home safe and sound.
See that you both do. I'll save the...
All right. It'll be a nice little surprise.
These things are going to take some getting used to.
Yeah.
Ambrosia won't help me here. Good girl.
Yeah!
Rodrigo could have mentioned his spiders would be the size of curls. hopefully one will. Gentlemen, a seat.
Yeah, well, we didn't want it. The whole village turned out for a go on the bellows after you. Everyone except Zoltan has. Didn't see it.
Oh, but that reminds me.
Pit Gold Cinder? How'd you come by it? And you're sure he wanted me to have it?
I'm sure. He didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Huh. Imagine that. Yeah. You know I could never leave this place. Every time you put on mail, you and the curse breakers are there's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness. And if that helps save even a single life. What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? And he spent... Sounds like I better get to work. I've got a reputation.
It's good to see you back on foot.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes, but I'm grateful. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are. Stubborn bastards.
A little healthy competition should be good for him.
You're not wrong. It's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be. No use grumbling about it now. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he gets.
He's a surly sucker.
Sid,
Here.
What an amazing specimen. When I successfully graft this to the morgue. It is just as I hoped. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. How they bloom with heretofore unseen vigor. Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to other specimens as well.
I'm glad I could be...
You've not only helped us, Sid. Do you recall the extract with which I provided? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. And would you believe? You must accept this file as thanks for your assistance.
Cole said it was an army of a cache. What will happen to Mid and the others?
Thank goodness you're back.
Is this what you needed?
Yes, it is. I'm loath to give a patient Alicia, but Taya's single dose dulls even the most agonizing pain. It may be a gentle way to die, but I wish there was another way.
How are you?
Light. Mid here.
Good. Just
Thank you, Taya. I'm...
He's gone. Thank you, Roger. And you, Clive?
Oh, see...
The man you helped today was my mentor, back in the Southern Isles. On the front, I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents. To treat, but in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. Until he taught me.
An art we would be lost without.
Tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the...
And a kindness Sid would have approved.
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one back. A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentor's gift, I've no tears. I've seen too many of my... Something, and we need to be the...
And we will.
I hope so.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot. Come again. I may have more for you.
If it's knowledge you seek, We've tomes aplenty to guide you in your search.
Trouble with your gear, or something for you, dear? Should last you a good while. Not my best work, but it'll do. No scratches, all right? You can thank me later. No scratches, all right? Yeah, that should do you. And?
Let me tell...
All right.
Them rumours wet legs were spread. Might be they weren't just... You see, there were a time when I weren't too particular about who was... Some women lust after blood, others after flesh, but me... And to satisfy that lust, I sold to opposing armies. Stabbed my every client in the... But then one day... Said he'd give me access to a realm-wide community of like-minded individuals in constant need of steel and sundries.
Was that the first time you...
Aye. And I felt... He was true to his word, so I ended up being true to mine. And I soon started making them, and all without aiding or abetting any. Told me about his plan to topple the mother crystals, you know. Said that with them gone, the realm would want for all manner of things. An opportunity. Why, I reckon an enterprising individual could find us. And that's when he had me. I emptied my stores that day and moved, and the rest, as they say, a dozen years on, and I'm still not the richest damn. But I can say that you've all shown me
That there are.
So don't you go messing it all up. Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here. Is that all? Still alive, are you? Go on, then. Finished, are you?
I were right, Clive. My dad had it all worked out.
He'd be proud of you, Mid. His writings may have helped, but this achievement is all yours. Can we catch them?
The Ainayar's one of the largest, fastest vessels ever built. And it won't help she has the wind at her back. Any other ship would be hard-pressed to keep pace with her, let alone reel her in. But this isn't any other ship. This is the Enterprise! And the world's never seen anything like my dad's engine.
It certainly hasn't.
Clive, what do you know of Barnabas Tharm?
Only what the bards sing. That he sailed to Ash from southern lands. That it was his mastery of the blade which won him the throne. and that his sword, Odin's sword, can sever the very threads of creation. But don't lose any sleep over a last tilt. We'll do what we must to survive.
What we must. The light! I thought this cove was meant to be hidden.
Mid! Company!
Eh?
We'll hold them off until the ship is ready. But hurry!
Bollocks! All hands! Man your stations!
Everyone with me? Here they come!
Mid needs every moment we can give her.
Behind me, Lord Westfield.
I'll take care of these fuckers.
How are we doing, Mid?
I thought you said that ship was fast!
I haven't got this alive in 20 summers! Come on then! Which of you lot fancy?
Don't let the coffin you can. Without the pay and I'll stand it back on you first.
That was easy enough.
All right, you lousy lot. Get your asses on board. She's ready to sail.
You heard the captain. Clive.
But I thought he was...
Confound it. Then it is as I feared. Sleipnir is no man, but a creation of Odin. Phoenix's fiery fundament. Have you no normal enemies?
Up for another round?
Of course we are. Right, Lord Rosfield? My boy, there was a time people called me the Executioner. Always at my earnings. No matter, heads will roll all the same.
Mate! New plan! You leave! We follow!
Follow? Swimming, are you? Oh, bugger me! Weigh anchor! Engine's dead slow ahead!
Have care, my friends. 'Tis not blood that runs through Imagina's veins. These foes will not fall easily. They will fall.
Like oaks before a woodman's axe. Good thing I brought one!
How long are we meant to keep this up?
As long as it takes. Unless you have a better idea.
Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards. Fuck it. Let's do the lot. You're finished.
Should we make for the ship?
Not yet. Wait for my signal.
In your own time, Clive!
Right, run for it! Now, mate!
Alright, engine full ahead! And hold on tight!
What do you want?
That's quite a mess you've made. And wholly unnecessary. You are my offering to Mythos. I would not see you damaged.
Now back to your stations! Every bell spent treading water puts another league between us and the galleon.
I don't suppose Mid has a spare engine? Since you rose from the grave, my fortunes have plummeted. Are you absolutely certain of this quest of yours, Clive? The foes you face are as terrible as they are numerous.
Aye. And they'd have us live and die on their terms, which should answer your question.
Ah! You have that same stubborn look as your father did when he set his mind to something. On the battlefield, I am but a single axe. A deadly one, mind, but a single one nonetheless. Yet what you require is 1,000, and I believe my old friend in Brandalar can provide them. Take care, Clive. I have many more tales of your father's exploits to share. And I cannot very well do that if you're dead. Again.
Good luck, Uncle. And may fair winds attend you.
As for you, Joshua, take care.
I shall do my best, Uncle.
Farewell, my nephews. When next you see me, it shall be with an army at my back. Cheerio! Oh, yeah. Do keep up, my boy.
Well, we can't have him showing us up now, can we?
We would never hear the end of it.
Great God of mercy. All this. What have I done?
My lord. between here and Waloed. But any ship heading north has to round Zemeckis and put through the Narrow. Maintain our current bearing north-northeast, and we'll catch the Black Galleon before she vanishes again.
What's to prevent her from circling around Ash from the south?
With these winds in those waters, it'd taken forever and a fortnight to reach Stonehere.
Mid knows what she's talking about, Clive. Better than any of us lot, anyway. I say we do as she tells.
Sails on the horizon.
She's ours. Look alive, boys! Full ahead! And keep those furnaces fed!
Aye, aye!
Do you feel that?
Jill.
All hands! Battle stations! Let's see what this girl can do.
Where one leads, so does the other follow. The bond of consciousness which joins them condemning both to the same fate. Yet my every attempt to strike it from their hearts serves only to tighten its hold. Fascinating. But then, there is naught my blade cannot sever.
Great Grigor's gas!
One of us.
Hard apart! Heads down, you brutes! And brace for impact!
It's now or never.
I'll find her.
Bloody hell! Out of starboard!
might take a while.
Jill!
You came.
Get back!
Clive, how did you...
I'll explain later. Hands. Can you walk?
Out of here I can.
Stand still!
Phoenix, are you not the dominant of fire? I see naught before me but a guttering flame.
finished then.
Go on.
I think so. But to where?
What did you do to Joshua?
The Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive. This consciousness in which you coil your feeble souls is grown thick with desperation. And thus has my master turned to my blade. The world will soon be painted in black. And all that live shall gather in death's autumn wake.
Not if we remove the cause of this misery. Not if we destroy the last of the Mother Crystals and restore balance to the world.
Come. Do you truly think it's so simple? The Blight is inevitable. Not even the Almighty might stop its endless march. Your efforts will avail us naught. Naught, that is, but suffering. You must embrace the truth, Mythos. Accept your place with the Lord.
Keep it. As long as there's a chance, there's a choice.
Ever led astray by your blind resolve. Now, it is time you learn the inevitability of your divine fate. However much it may hurt.
Get as far away as you can.
Clive, no.
Trust me, Jill.
to remind you of your duty. Defend yourself! In the short time since our last meeting, you have grown much. Yet as a vessel, I fear my lord will still find you lacking. Razor all this fire and fury. For what? Something of the light. A foolish notion fed to you by a foolish man. How dare you? You know naught of this world nor of our place in it. If our fates were so easily rewritten, we would all be gods. Are you ready? I have seen enough. If reason cannot sway you, there are other means of persuasion that might. Rise, Mythos. Let's try. Thus is the light of hope severed. You would yield so soon. Never.
Clive!
Not see. Your iron will weighs you down, dragging you ever further from your purpose.
And what is my purpose?
Mythos. Who are we? What are the dominants? The breath of the Creator still warm on our lips. We carry his light that we might guide the masses in his name. We are but mighty acts of God.
We are more than that.
You would be nothing without what he has granted you. The power we wield is his, and yet every time we draw upon it, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us, it unmakes us, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon. It is too much for even his chosen few. Apart from you, Mythos, you wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is that we dominants are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
To feed. As you would know, could you only look beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard. As long as you choose to ignore this, you shall never penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight.
The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
And what exactly would that be?
Why, loyal servants to God. No.
Manners, Lord Rosfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Salvation? And abandon everything we hold dear?
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms. Not yours. And not your gods.
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps that fact may be put to use.
Clive!
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended, but back all the same.
Ash is not far. I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try. Don't look back!
I hope the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led. We need only wait till dawn. This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. I'm powerless against him.
And maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
So you believe? But do you really know me? If what Barnabas said was true, then I'm more monster than man. And each time I summon the flames from within, I burn away the things that make me who I am.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for. Of all the people you've saved.
It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted, only how you choose to use it. And you've chosen to use it for good, haven't you?
I've also used it to kill. What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so alone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all. You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to save yourself.
Myself. I think I might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving, provided they want to be saved. You fight to survive. And you survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what you do. What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
Jill. Are you sure? If this is what you want, then...
Don't worry, Clive. It is. This burden, I'll give you the strength to bear it alone.
But I'm not alone. These burdens I carry, my sins, my pain, my sorrow, I see now that they are all a part of me. If I'm to continue on, having pledged my life to those I love, then I will gladly bear your burdens too, until my last breath.
Clive.
I promise you, Jill, we will find a way to escape this fate. Find a way to save each other. That we might one day look upon the moon again, together.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I know. I never thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
No. Our paths will cross again soon enough. Whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something we must do first.
Of course. Drake's spine. The last Mother Crystal.
The Einherjar is at the bottom of the sea. Waloed won't dare move on Storm without her. But they know we're coming now. We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one. Ash will have to wait.
Mid says Odin split the sea in two. But there's tall.
I struggle to believe it myself.
I see your uncle isn't with you.
He stayed with the after our brush with the Einherjar. She was in urgent need of repair. We're to join him there when we're ready to sail for Ash.
You sure that's wise? Last I heard, place was still overrun.
Show me a city where that isn't true. Ultima's plate.
We're running out of time, aren't we? We've done our best to shore up that hideaway. But I doubt if you still will keep at.
Let's hope so. I should visit Joshua, assuming Talia will allow it.
Heard the bad news then?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old haunt. Well, anyway, The mine's just down the road from there, a spew...
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. A Kashik. Every creature in the Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can... If something ain't done soon...
I won't let that happen.
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. He'd only do something stupid. You reckon we should tell him?
No.
Yeah, well... I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there, so I'm off.
How are you doing? Quick look. Think you can help?
Miss, can we read Miss Editor's story for our lesson today?
Canva lost.
Wonderful idea, Jocelyn.
Have you tried Molly's lemon tarts? I've never had anything so delicious.
I should be so lucky. They're all intense belly.
How was she?
With Canva in the hands of a cat.
Ah, Sid.
Don't tell me.
Oh no, I'm working on bringing another. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top for additional. Let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot. A heck of a lot hotter than only mithril engines get hotter. And you can't chuck ore in one of them and get metal out the other. Trouble is, we won't be able to make it. And I hear you once helped Helena get her.
If it's for the good of the...
Oh.
So...
We've got a couple of examples here.
More fallen material. So this smelter is similar to the mithril engine.
That's right. They're a bit like the thermal helms. Fallen ceramics, and what's more, they're directional. Transferring heat from the inside to the outside. But these things, we've collected as many as we can. And I know where we can get the rest. Trouble is...
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes, and bring back the spheres they're guarding?
That's it in a nutshell. We're only 3 short, mind. And we know exactly where they are. There's one up Amber Way, in that ruin, and another in the Silent South, over in Dalmekia.
All right, then.
It'll do. I'll be keeping all my fingers...
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Come back.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me. But I can speak to her at least.
Can I help you?
I'm looking for Doris.
I'm afraid not. She's at my job, actually. When she heard what the mission was, she insisted.
Did she?
Following up on once they'd settled in. The bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the Beastmen. I'll go and find her. She's at Martha's
If she's not moved on already, yes.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Doris should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
Ah, Clive. I was just about to send for you. I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade. Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time. I'll keep providing them with what, but if Eastpool's going to survive, it's got to be able, as of those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude. Small wonder they ain't got... the foggiest how to provide for themselves. And if you're wondering why you, well, the Wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it. But I think even he's starting to worry.
All right.
Thanks. Wouldn't there? That should be enough to keep him in Gazal Greens for a few years at least.
Gazal Green?
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. Better that than something that'll wither away at first frost. And chocobos love 'em too, which is no small thing. When I say all of us need, they ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right and they're...
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. I'll go up there and show him myself.
I'm sure you will.
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
Nearly done.
Now, let's get this stall set up.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Oh, that wasn't the Kashik job.
It's been a pleasure, Doris.
I'll give your offer some...
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings...
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So...
I'd say so. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort. She's dangerous, Sid, but
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety.
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I...
Ah, what brings you to...
A delivery for...
These are Martha's keen to cut the apron strings, then, is she? I jest, of course. You see, but they'd long since gone to seed.
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the bearers how to plant so that they'll be able to...
That's not a bad... These bearers had only recently escaped their bonds before... They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves and their loved one. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to... Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far. Subsisting almost entirely on Martha's charity, it's about time we all started to provide for ourselves. Bearers... Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses.
The Horde is closing. They're coming, so wait.
Damn it all. I thought we'd have more time. Gather the men in the square. Send to the rest for reinforcements.
Yes, Sir Wade.
The Horde.
A Kashik. A veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the northern reaches for a while now. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had hoped to build a perimeter wall so that myself and the Guardians might...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they do, we may just scrape through...
What if you could call...
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die, fighting for their lives.
So wait. You said you lacked men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men? Though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians. What help they are able to offer could still...
You're right, my lord. I will... My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter, to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will, the home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
What do you do?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together.
I'm not...
Right? For Eastpool!
For Eastpool!
Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
If it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just...
Lord Rosfield, my late...
So what's the plan?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from... Upon engaging with the Akashic, each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best...
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, we will focus purely on defense. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of our... With luck, that point will be the village square. The perfect place for our most able warriors and for you and I to finish.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, Await. But you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fight.
Ha! And let you have all the...
Sir, wait!
Then you know what you must do. We work together. Each shielding the other that no man might fall. For Rosaria.
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord. I'll do as you ask.
And I will do as you ask.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too, then, eh?
Right.
The calm before the storm. And here it comes. I will not let this village fall. Looks like that's the last of...
Lord Rosfield!
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted.
Well, the better half of her got. So wait, how many...
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I could order a detachment or two.
No. Let them... You stay here too, Sir Wade. I'll go after the... Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the Founder protect...
This one's mine. I might not know what...
There it is. With me, Tor. Farewell. All right. Back to Eastport.
Lord Rosfield. The Curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder. We were able to I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems... I hesitate to say it, but...
I think it might.
We saved... Thank you, my friend.
No, Sir Wade. You brought us together. Showed...
We never had nothing to call our own before, but now we do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your... But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now. We have to fight to protect what's ours.
And we shall. This is our home. And if anyone...
They'll have us to answer to.
Come on, then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't gonna rebuild...
They're not slaves anymore.
No. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he was still with us today...
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord. After all, this is my home now, too. And I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if...
I think you'll find it's Eastput... But you should be proud, all the same. I'll have to pull my weight, too. Can't have the rest getting outclassed. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support, Martha?
Of course. And us Rosarians have got
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right.
Lord Rosfield, do you remember our very first mission together? Clearing the goblins from the Stillwind Marshes? There's one sight that I shall never forget. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like it, when the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor. But every time, I would think back to the look in your eye to be a sheep. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of it.
Thank you. I know the rest of the world will be safe in you.
The hero? It's lucky you came by when not only did my seeds get delivered, but you...
I just did what...
And it's only... Take it.
Thank you, Moth.
So, Eastpool's and a home to free bearers.
Well, it was your...
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves, working for themselves. Though I suppose the rest ain't much different nowadays. You know, bearers living free like that. Loath as I am to recall that particular day.
I take it you didn't always see...
Well, if you really want to know, I started In fact, that's how I met him. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful, anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying. It got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could... And do you know what he did? And then I did the same. We made a pact that day, that whenever...
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing, just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? He certainly didn't laugh.
Indeed, but the loftier one's ambitions, the harder they are to achieve. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father...
Suppose you're right, and if we don't manage it, there's always them. Good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the... It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope. Anyway, better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone's... The least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty...
That sounds like... Oh, here. All right. Good. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming.
Back to civilization.
With all haste. Lest any of you lackwits start talking like these I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more?
Yes, Mom.
Oh, it appears we have company. Kill him.
You're welcome to try. So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I surrender.
Sid!
Ah, Doris. You know, I always wondered casting your lot with this criminal of all.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have told you. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service. She raised me like a daughter, and I did.
It wasn't all terrible. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. But you proved yourself a master of both. How about it, my little dagger?
I never swore my blade to you. To liberate the bearers of this. Farewell, master.
You always were a right. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore, and she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the
All right.
I am. And thank you for everything.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put coals.
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sunbreak. Went quiet, and she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't.
I hope so. You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or so I understand. Anyway, thanks again, Sid.
Keep up the good work, Cole. lie. I just wanted to see how the town's been faring. Since all is absolutely wonderful. Conrad, and firmly at the helm. Our stores are full, and just as the good...
Are you a lord? They're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil.
It's the mayor of Dalamil, dear child. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build a school so that menaces... Speaking of men, there may be a rather worrying one just... May therein. I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside their differences and presenting a united front might have caught the bandits' attention. And they might have elected... They have formed what one could call a league, and they grow more organized by the day.
But we'll fight them all off just like last time. No matter how, won't we lose?
Of course we will. If we continue to work, the longer we avoid facing this one, the more difficult it... Our best hope is to nip by finding those perhaps a certain Lord Underhill? How could I refuse? Thank you, my lord. Victor will fill you in on the particulars. I have him stationed by the desert gate, receiving and collating reports from my scouts. Such an amenable son. I'll go and...
What's the difference between a lord and a man? That's easy. One of them swings a sword, the other forges them.
A league of outlaws. Sounds like we have some competition. Still in Dalamil?
Ah.
I thought you'd have returned to Cosnes by now.
I did. I've developed something of a fondness for the place. And having worked so hard to see it saved from one fate, it would seem remiss to abandon it to another. A sentiment Master Lubor certainly isn't shy about exploiting.
You're not the only one.
What does he want?
He asked for my aid in putting down the bandit, and he said that you might be able to help me find them.
Then you've come at just the right time. There are more camps, but we must strike.
All right.
There's one upriver.
Leave it with me.